chat. I see deep magic. The firmware says that this is a KA45 processor. That's what it says when it powers up. I noticed that dmessage has discrepancy here, where it's going KA48. I didn't think too much about it, but this microvax is essentially a VaxStation 4000 in a different badge. And I think the detection code is wrong. I think something about this magic is wrong here. I think this has, like, if you look up here, Deck did this for a bunch of them. Like, I think it's this SEI data. I have to figure out what that's connected to. So basically we're in LO core, which is this is basically the trampoline of code in Unix kernels that define every little bit of low level code. Historically, it would set up the memory manager and such. In general, it does everything up until start kernel, give or take. I'm assuming NetBSD has not diverged all that far from... I mean, I've tinkered around in NetBSD, so I'm pretty sure I'm somewhat accurate there. So the microvaxes are handled as... I mean... let's look up the specs on this one. So, VaxStation 4000 VLC. This was a tiny Vax. Has only 2 standard deck connectors. So the VaxStation 4. Okay, now we're starting to get somewhere. So the VLC was probably very low cost. If this is U.S. corporate talk, I know how these numbers work. When did this come out? Deck part number VS48K. Okay, now we're starting to see something. So essentially what we have is a very cost-reduced version, of a very cost-reduced version. Okay, if you want to know where the Get Up and Go went, there it is. So the problem is here. It's more specific. Hold on, let's actually pull up the... I'm just going to open another Vim session because I want to be able to look at them side by side. Or back and forth, I should say. I know where I'm going in this code base? Question mark? Oh, it was on VSA. I think that's that would be either VAX or VMS station. If Deck's naming scheme was very simple. Deck did not really like Unix, more or less. I have always been kind of interested in the pedigree of this port, or well, I should say, by interested I mean I was curious last night. Okay, so if it's reporting a 46 or a 48, we're reporting we're a 48. This has been broke. That check is wrong. There's no way. There's absolutely chat. I'll show you the pay. I'll post the link in chat. That chat. Either that statement needs to. The question is, how long has it been broken? Because it means that NetBSD has been broken for microvaxes 3100 M3040s For as long as that if statement's been broken, my guess is that the frame buffer code, no one has actually tried it. Apparently the driver for this is near unobtainium. All right, let's see if the code is. Let's see like if the code is actually, that is not the window I want. Yeah, let's go do it here. You know, in some respects, this would almost be easier to do this in CVS, because then I would actually see the per file messages. I think it's part of why they use CVS still. Oh. 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 Okay, no. Hold on. Adds deck vexation VLC and 4060. It needs the second check. Okay, that is easy enough to fix. We just need to make sure we have the VAX SIR data. Okay, hold on. Let's look at this. It needs, what is this register? Contents of the SIE register. That is really freaking useful. All right, I'm going to have to go find a VAX system manual, because I believe we have, in fact, reached that point. Oh, this is going to be fun to Google. This is apparently an acronym for something in finance. Here we go. KA680 CPU Technical Reference Manual. So what we are looking for is the SIE register. How does this thing work? Like, what does it tell me? Okay, here it is. Hold on. I'm not going to change the scenes. I just don't have the energy here. System Identification Extension Register. The System Identification Register is an extension of the SID register and is used to differentiate between hardware configurations. The SID register identifies which CPU and microcode are executing, and the SIE register identifies what module and firmware revision is possible. Note the fields in this register are dependent on SID CPU type. Okay. So what is that flag, though? So that would be the lower two words it's checking? Or no, it would be upper two. Vax is a big Edelin. Oh right, I'm reading a technical reference. Hold on, I'll throw the link in chat. I am reading a very old technical reference manual that predates this architecture by a very long, this microvax, but the system type. Okay, I have to remember about how. I think this code was so it says that by the first 8 bits 31 to 24. I am on page 90. Read only. This field identifies the type of system for a specific processor. Now this manual only says O0 QBus single processor system, and that flag is set because we have a binary 3. which means that it's OB11. Yes, that would be 3. So what's the second flag? I guess, like, because there is actually a defined system subtype. I have to wonder if this code is slightly iffy. But this code has probably been handed down the generations. This code probably goes back to the freaking 80s, to the original the original Berkeley BSD code, and has basically just been handed down the generations. This is code. So what is it doing with those comparisons? Because obviously, so that's basically just a... Yeah, it defines it here as a register. Board state. Case... I think for the most part, the system doesn't care. Let's keep looking at this. So where's the places it also checks this? Because this looks like this is like a cost reduction field. I really hate magic numbers. Alright, let's do the obvious thing, though. Let's add... Oh, no, wait. It's doing an and here. It's doing an and here. Hold on. It's checking if the first 2 bits are, and then it's checking if it's case 1 or 2. So... Well, I gotta look at the D message, because I'm... You know, why did I do that? It doesn't take that long. I'm going to go back to muting this, because I need to actually be able to think. I'm keeping the mic mostly muted. It's not as bad as yesterday, but I'm mostly silent. It takes a lot out of me to have full energy on a stream, and so I'm just conserving what little I have. I rather stream and keep it low because I really want to actually get the video for this made, and streaming on it, even if I'm streaming DaVinci Resolve, is how I'm going to get it made. But there's going to be a lot of quiet on this stream because I actually do need to I actually have to concentrate quite hard. Yeah. I need to have a better way. I'm tempted to put something like a text-to-speech for when I type up here. Because I want to be able to intercut my voice, but I also want to be able to just type it because it does sometimes help when I'm just screwing with code. But yeah. Alright, chat. I think that should do it. I mean, I think we just have to check the SIE data. I'm sorry for being very low energy tonight. I really do think we just have to check the SCI data. Hold on, let me make sure my mic is actually turned on. Yeah, it's on. SCI data at 1. Because over here, case 1 is... because it's anding through the bytes, it's checking if it has a Q bus, according to a Q bus, or I guess one of the other AX buses. That's what this makes sense. Ultimately, this is going to be checked by someone who knows the VAX architecture a lot better than I do. Hopefully, question mark. It looks like it's just been broken on these 2 malls of microvax for about for about 10 years. We can actually say someone may have booted the install kernel, but it was definitely broken. It might work on a microvax 80, 3180. It might not die the same way. In that case, then the call might be wrong. You know, this is the type of thing you leave a comment for. Okay. What this now comes down to is we have to compile it. What did... hold on. Okay, so this was the revision we tested right at the start. So if this builds and works, then it should also work on the modern kernel. I'm going to test it. I'm going to turn the mic off because I'm going to be just moving around while this goes. This just has to build and copy. You know what? Actually, I'll leave the mic on because this actually won't take that long. I debated if I should stream or not. I've had some ghosts in my past quite literally come back today, and it threw me. But it's been important to me to actually make progress on these projects. The firmware says that this is a KA45. That's what it says in the power supply. I noticed that dmessage has discrepancy here. It's going KA48. I didn't think too much about Oh, right, we have to use stupid GCC. I think the detection code is wrong. I think something about this magic is wrong here. Like, if you look up here, Deck did this for a bunch of them. Like, I think it's this SEI data. I have to figure out what that's connected to. So basically, we're in LO core, which is this is basically the trampoline of code in Unix kernels that define every little bit of low level code. All right, it's building. Historically, it would set up the memory manager and such. In general, it does everything. I need to figure out how I'm going to get. I'm going to get on the other console because I need to find the command to upload the kernel. Oh, it's probably in bash history. I'm not gonna worry about it. Yeah, I'm gonna step away while this. Well. Oh, I think I cleaned the build directory. This is actually gonna take a bit, so yeah, I'm gonna step away while it builds. This is a tiny Vax. All right, be back in a bit. Has only 2 standard deck connectors. So the VAC station 4. Okay, now we're starting to get somewhere. So the VLC was probably very low cost. If this is U.S. corporate talk, I know how these numbers work. When did this come out? Deck part number VS48K. Okay, now we're starting to see something. So essentially, what we have is a very cost-reduced version. Of a very cost-reduced version. Okay, if you want to know where the get up and go went, there it is. So the problem is here. It's more specific. Hold on, let's actually pull up the. I'm just opening my lib session because I want to be able to look at it side by side, or back and forth, I should say. I know where I'm going in this code base. Oh, it was on VSA. I think that's that. That would be either VAX or VMS station if Dex naming scheme was very simple. Deck did not really like Unix, more or less. I have always been kind of interested in the pedigree of this port, or well, I should say, by interested I mean I was curious last night. Okay, so if it's reporting a 46 or a 48, we're reporting we're a 48. This has been broke. That check is wrong. There's no way. There's absolutely chat. I'll show you the pay. I'll post the link in chat. That chat. Either that statement needs to. The question is, how long has it been broken? Because it means that NetBSD has been broken for Microvax's 3100M 3040s. For as long as that if statement's been broken, my guess is that the frame buffer code, no one has actually tried it. Apparently the driver for this is near unobtainium. All right, let's see if the code is. Let's see if the code is actually has. some respects, this would almost be easier to do this in CVS because then I would actually see the per file messages. I think it's part of why they use CVS still. Oh. Okay, no, hold on. Adds deck station VLC and 4060. It needs the second check. Okay, that is easy enough to fix. That is easy enough to fix. We just need to make sure we have the VAX SIR data. Okay, hold on. Let's look at this. It needs, what is this register? Contents of the SIE register. That is really, really freaking useful. All right, I'm going to have to go find a VAX system manual because I believe we have in fact reached that point. Oh, this is going to be fun to Google. This is apparently an acronym for something in finance. Here we go, KA680 CPU Technical Reference Manual. So what we are looking for is the SIE register. How does this thing work? Like, what does it tell me? Okay, here it is. Hold on. You know, I'm not going to change the scenes. I just don't have the energy here. System Identification Extension Register. The System Identification Register is an extension of the SID register and is used to further differentiate between hardware configurations. The SID register identifies which CPU and microcode are executing, and the SIE register identifies what module and firmware revisions are possible. Note the fields in this register are dependent on SID CPU type. Okay. So, what is that flag though? So that would be the lower two words it's checking? Or no, it would be upper two. VAX is a big element. Oh right, I'm reading a technical reference. Hold on, I'll throw the emoji. I am reading a very old technical reference manual that predates this architecture by a very long. This microVAX, but the system type. Okay, I have to remember about how. I think this code was. So it says that by the first 8 bits, bits 31 to 24, I am on page 90. Read only. This field identifies the type of system for a specific processor. Now, this manual only says O0 QBus single processor system. And that flag is set because we have a binary 3, which means that it's OB11. Yes, that would be 3. So what's the second flag? I guess, like, because there is actually a defined system subtype. I have to wonder if this code is slightly iffy. But this code has probably been handed down the generations. This code probably goes back to the 80s, to the original the original Berkeley BSD code, and has basically just been handed down the generations. This This is code. So what is it doing with those comparisons? Honestly, so that's basically just a... Yeah, it's defined to here as a register. Org state. Case. I think for the most part the system doesn't care. Let's keep looking at this. So where's the places it also checks this? This looks like this is like a cost reduction field. I really hate magic numbers. Alright, let's do the obvious thing though. Let's add... Oh no, wait. It's doing an and here. It's doing an and here. Hold on. It's checking if the first two bits are, and then it's checking if it's case 1 or 2. So, well, I gotta look at the message. You know, why did I do that? I'm gonna go back to moving this because I need to actually the other thing. the mic mostly muted. It's not as bad as yesterday, but I'm mostly silent. It takes a lot out of me to have full energy on a stream, and so I'm just conserving what little I have. I rather stream and keep it low because I really want to actually get the video for this made, and streaming on it, even if I'm streaming DaVinci Resolve, is how I'm going to get it made. But there's going to be a lot of quiet on this stream because I actually do need to I actually have to concentrate quite hard. Yeah. I need to have a better way. I'm tempted to put something like a text-to-speech for when I type up here. Because I want to be able to intercut my voice, but I also want to be able to just type it because it does sometimes help when I'm just screwing with code. But yeah. Oh, I did the thing chat where I muted myself. Okay, recap. NetBSD 7, it was building because I was not doing a full clean of every incremental build. I just nuked the build directory. Let's go to trunk and apply our patch and see if it works clean. I'm a complete turkey. I'm going to get better at doing push to talk and stuff because these type of streams are actually really good for my mental health. It's just, this is an adjustment for me because when you worked at Mixer, there was corporate energy is a thing, and I'm not going to do that on my own damn YouTube channel. Like, I really just do not want to put on the fake emotional smile that defines a lot of channels. Like, if I want to stream and I'm having a rough day, I'm just going to stream. I'm just going to keep it real. Because otherwise, I'm never going to get anything done, so... As I said, I'm not really in a great headspace, but I think people seem to like listening to me rant. I just... meh. Alright, so we are now at previous head position, trunk. So this should just basically... I just pull... I doubt there's anything that's relevant, but, you know, you never know. I actually am going to build the full set because I don't have... the root file system that is on Skywalker is BSD 7. It will... actually, no, it should boot. We still should test it with the full set, but it should boot. So let me build it as it is right now. And this should be broken because this is head as it exists right now. And let's confirm that. You know what? Let me nuke the tools directory. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we probably would need one of those inline patches. All right, anyway, build vax. Go. Oh, something blew up. Can't open tools. Oh. It's because there was junk. I'm not here right now. There we go. Yeah. We found the cause. So we're making, I posted the patch in chat. Long story short, for those who were not here, apparently this is so close to a VaxStation 4000 that it actually reports it's a VaxStation 4000 VLC. Here, I'll let me pull up the relevant code because it's going to be building for a while. Yeah, this. So this is where the deep magic happens, and what I realized is we are actually, as far as the actual internal register goes, we are a board type 48, and then you need to check this SEI data to make it go down, because apparently it's internally a Q bus. If it doesn't, it goes down case 2, and apparently the VaxStation had a frame, the VaxStation 4000 had a frame buffer. So we need to disable the driver if there's a Q bus detected, which would then accurately do this. I am making sure that the NetBSD generic has not magically been fixed between then and now. But this should be the actual correct fix, which doesn't mean removing a driver. I had to look at Deck's system manual to figure this one out. Okay, cool. That actually built. So, all right. So, assuming magical gremlins haven't come in the middle of the night and like I don't know, rewired this thing, this should blow up. You know what? And it's at this moment I realized I need to get into the VMware because I'm going to have to power cycle this box. Okay. I power cycled that a little bit too soon. It it hadn't actually crashed yet. Oh, I'm really here today, chat. Yeah, yeah. There it goes. This week apparently just wants to pound all the bad memories into me. It's like all the ghosts of Christmas past. And this one isn't even related to the stuff that I'm digging up. Like, okay. This, I always hate when you have to hope that something crashes because if it doesn't crash, it means that something has gone horribly wrong. Ooh, wow, I really don't feel so hot. But what's the alternative? I'm not going to sleep, so I might as well just sit here. I mean, this is what my life is normally like, so oh god, I feel like I'm in like my late 60s bitching about my health on ham radio. That is I'm having that moment. It's like it's my birthday's coming up. It's not a day I particularly look forward to. So, yay. Actually, I'd say apathy is a better way to say it. I don't know. I assume it crashed. I really hope it crashed. Normally we've gotten some sort of output out of it. Okay. Let me remove the clean flag. Or let me put the no clean flag in. I should test it to make sure that... You know what? No, let's just apply the patch and see if it fixes it. Like, let's just rip the... I don't know. Whenever NetBSD, I'm sorry, I actually feel extremely nauseated right now. Whenever NetBSD comes up in some way, sometimes when it crashes back, it gets the boot firmware in such a weird wedge state that I actually have to power cycle it to bring it back. The overly preachy negative thing, unfortunately, works a little bit too well on YouTube. I mean, let's be honest. The tech space itself has not exactly been a happy, joy, fun time as of late. But I mean, I saw that was about LTT, and it's like there's a lot of it. I feel like it's the whole platform. I've actually been taking a lot of time. Me live streaming this is actually something I've been doing to drastically decrease the amount of time I'm spending on the actual internet, which is a bit of a problem when you run a YouTube channel. So my solution to this is that when I'm sitting at the computer, and I'm just mindlessly YouTubing, I rather put the stream up and just work on the video that I want to work on. And if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. Because there's apparently enough people who will literally watch text on a screen using much more power. Watching a movie of text on watching text on stream that is literally using more processing power. Is literally using megabits and gigabits of processing power for a machine that was designed to put terminal output at 96 baud. Like, there's something that greatly amuses me about this. Oh, good, it's broken in the way I expect it to be broken. Joy. Okay, so that patch don't work. Well, I have some obvious things to start with. I'm going to turn the mic off and try and focus on this. But, yay, broken. Actually, you know what? I'll leave the mic on for now and give some keyboard noises. I probably have that if statement wrong. I mean, you know, the live stream to me is the rubber duck debugging. Alright, so what am I actually doing here? So the board type is VAX48, which, if I remember correctly, is actually, is it LO? Yeah, it's LO core. Oh, there's an actual... You can tell by the config data if it's a microvax or a vac station? Wait. What? I didn't see that part before. Hold on. That is... If vaxconf data at 80, microvax else vac station. What is this magic config data? Like, we are... This is the problem with working on a code base you don't know. Alright, vax conf data. What am I looking at? I am looking at a configuration struct that tells me if there's a frame buffer. Or I'm looking at something of that nature. This is what that this is what the switch needs to be set to look at. Vax conf data. Not present on microvaxes. That's what it has to do. And you know what? This is actually the structure I need. Because this is how it's written in this driver. What is this driver? This is another display driver. Where else is this magic variable actually used? And am I going to have to go find... Where does it come from? Yeah, look, it's even used in the driver. What? Where am I in the directory tree? Go up to directories. No, we actually want to be in Vax. I assume this is mapped to a register. Hardware dependent config data. Oh, okay. I'm going to assume that I can't get the processor manual for this, but let me see what I can find. This was back in the era when you could define a computer through if statements. I mean, that's how old this is. It looks like it's reading it from a magic memory location here in find CPU. I don't know why I lost my syntax highlighting. That would be why I lost. No, screen would... Xterm color should work. Yep, that did it. That did it. Oh, to actually remember the arcane runes to make this all go. This is... I haven't coded like this in a very long time. I used to have one of those... It was the Toshiba AC100, and I was working on the ARM... we called it mobile at that point. The mobile port, which ironically enough, whenever we went to conferences, was the least mobile of all of them because we had all the trade show hardware. Oh, that was fun. Is a word? How the hell does this actually work? I don't know. Oh, you know, it also helps... Wait. Don't tell me. Okay, the built-in Vi does support color and syntax highlighting. I didn't have to install Vim. It just... Its termcap database and Vim's termcap database probably aren't the same. Oh, I forgot that this used to matter, and because I'm recreating it in like the most... I know. How do we have these types of terminal problems in current year? Uh, God, I think I've reached old man. I am channeling old man yells at cloud energy right now. All right, I was in this file and chat. This is screwing with me. Okay, board type. Okay, this just looks like black magic. Like, I don't even know. Yeah, so here's 48, which I believe is what this board is. Yeah, it's a 48. Well, 46 is also there, so... Because this identifies as a VS bus. It then gets the magic little data from memory. But that all goes down into the KA specific. There's no possible way a Google search just gives me what I need. Like, if I put VAX conf data in Google, there's no way it actually... No, okay, the first result was Apple Message View Service, new malware spyware type. Okay, I am dealing with hardware that probably was last understood in living memory about 20 years ago. This hardware was old when I was 6. Yeah, no, 6. Quite literally, everyone who has worked on this has almost certainly retired. Okay, so... Are we actually going down... So... It treats it as VS bus? I guess that's what... Alright, let's... Before we go down this rabbit hole, let me... I'm going to keep rubber ducking debugging with the chat, because I'm going down rabbit holes. Why didn't this work? Either the if statement returned 1, so then, you know, we could just return 0. Ha 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 ha. Chad, I'm having a day. Build it. Because if this doesn't, if it's failing just because the driver is there, then something bad has happened. If it's not failing because the driver's there, then something bad has happened. Either way, something bad has happened. Alright. I wonder if this is what programmers in the 90s felt when they were handed the source code on punch cards. Like, I never quite got to that level. I've gone as close as Fortran mainframe that had escaped the mainframe and was being built with G-Fortran. I had to make that work on ARM. That sucked. It was an open MPI code. It had been passed through generations of compilers, and this code base showed it. No one should be surprised that when I worked professionally, I was the person who got the weird bugs, because I had a knack for making them go away. And not just in the paperwork sense, like actually fixing them. I assume that's what my job was. I would like to know what's causing that, but I also don't care enough. That could easily be like 20 different things. That could be line voltage. Because that's the first time the terminal would allow input while it goes through the entire boot process. What makes it a little annoying is I might have to patch the bootloader. What I ultimately want to do is I think I want to turn this thing into a web server or a rogue box, because I think there's something beautiful on running a modern Unix, Unix-like, especially because I'm in New Jersey. I'm having another long night. Eric Wood, I am literally running Cool Retro Term on... Oh, it's not ARM native. I misread what you were saying. Honestly, I have found problems with it. I might fork it and maintain it if I can, because it doesn't set up a session correctly. I don't know how I want to describe what it does. It's... Chat, it's not boot. Chat, it's not booting. Is current broken? So it's actually... Hold on. This is going into Heisenberg territory. This is not... The driver is present, it returns 0 saying it's not there, and it goes kaput. The fuck? I hate these bugs. Why do these bugs... The problem is I am tenacious enough to actually debug this out. I specifically bought a Mac to get off Linux, so I haven't played with it. That being said, I've followed Markan and also the Oshi Linux crew. I've shouted out Lena in the channel, and honestly, all things considered, they've done great work, and they've done a lot of things with making Linux work on ARM that should have been fixed a long time ago. But running Linux on ARM does not make me excited. I have an Ubuntu install, but I gotta be honest, NetBSD has left such a nice impression that I might start using... I think I want to try FreeBSD out and see how life is over there, and I have this weird, stupid idea of trying to get OpenBSD, but current running, which means I would actually have to get the VAX port up to date. I haven't decided if I really want to do that with my life, but the flip side is I am actually enjoying this in a way that hasn't, like, back when the channel was new, I had one video that got a lot of traction due to an external source. Granted, I own that external source, but it's what convinced me to keep going. I've had a couple of projects that I've actually, like, that I'm happy I did, but this is the first time in quite a long time I've actually enjoyed doing a vintage computing project. Because this is going right to where my career started, which was getting Debian Linux running on then late 80s Linux, and I kind of appreciate going back to the roots here. So I will be back in a moment. I'm a little bit flummoxed by this. It implies I need to get it into a state where it will run with the drivers compiled in. Because if this is. I can think of a few things this could be, but this is extremely bizarre. It's like it's running code. The problem is that if I have the code plugged in, I don't have a JTAG harness. I you know what, this machine predates JTAG. Hypothetically, I could debug it through mop, but I don't think GDB actually supports that. I would have to. Oh god, I would actually have to install VMS on something and hook up. Because I looked at the debug tools. Ultrix might have a mop debugger, but I know VMS would, and Deck would have almost certainly done it from VMS. Like, hypothetically, network debugging is possible on this machine, but I don't want to think about that. But I need a console if I'm actually going to get anywhere. But it's the frame buffer itself that's actually broken. So I gotta. At this point, I have to figure out where I cut where the scissors come out. Part of me feels like they added a third frame buffer. It's got to be initialized elsewhere in the code. Like I've got to figure out where it is. It's part of the. There's got to be an initialization layer higher up. I'm still getting used to. I'm running screen, tmux and screen, but this is working a lot better than just doing screen by itself. I want to test some things with the configs because this is not. This doesn't make sense as a failure mode. If no, hold on. Let me see if I understand what this code is actually doing. So this is the VSA bus or VS bus. What exactly? So this is basically what everything plugs into. That looks like something that... So that's initializing DMA here. So it basically brings up DMA. Unfortunately, this code does not have a lot of useful comments. It kind of assumes you know how the bus works. I gotta find a technical reference. I need to actually know how this works. Because the problem is in the plumbing. So there was Unibus, which became Fastbus, which became Massbus, which has its own Wikipedia page. So I think no, you know what? I hit the 70s. God, Deck had a long history. Like, I'm not even finding Google searches. Like, were the 90 vacs just complete black boxes? Because that's the sensation. Is that what this feels like? This feels like this is run. This is, well, we know the frame buffer driver works like that. So hold on. This is a stupid thought, but it does not want to leave my brain. Like, I need to exercise this gremlin before it completely takes over. What happens if I disable all the other graphics? Is it possible that there is a hard-coded assumption that there's only 2 drivers? And for some reason... Hold on. VacStation 3600 graphics display option. I have to wonder. You know what? Before we do that, let's actually make sure we can make a working kernel. Because at this point, I'm not taking anything for granted. So let me undo that. Because at this point, we are actually going into fucking... We have reached gremlin territory. And we are driving through it at full speed. I hate... These are... This is taking me back. I didn't expect to have to do this. I have not done system debugging like this in a very long time. At least it's about as ideal of a setup I can get. About the only thing that would be better is if I could actually get some console messages, but at least we know it's running, which at least rules out the entire tool chain. I actually, hold on, I really hope did I do the thing? No, I did not do the thing. But the build failed. Oh, okay, that's easy. That is in fact user error. Like, I gotta tell you, this project has been a lot of fun, but man, this has been an odyssey. I don't think I've actually had to put this much effort in. Granted, at this point, I've already actually accomplished my goal, but if I don't fix it, it's not going to get fixed. And the fact of the matter is that I probably will actually want to do more things with this system beyond just NetBSD 10, so I am... I've had this very strange notion of trying to run mock on this, in addition to more modern OpenBSD. So EVB is Evaluation Board ARM. NetBSD used to have a separate top-level port for every machine, so there is a top-level Acorn. Then there's ARM, which is... I want to say it's ARM v4. It's mostly dead. So Evaluation Board ARM became Evaluation Board ARM 64 because ARM did make efforts at addressing the fragmentation of the platform. I can actually run NeoFetch just because I am actually... This is my laptop. Of course it runs NetBSD. It's running in a VM, but yeah, it does actually run NetBSD. It's the same one from yesterday. It sadly does not have binary backwards compatibility. It would have made my life quite a bit easier. Alright, at this point, we need to actually reboot the VAX. Flip the switch, Igor! I need to make this part a little bit less annoying. It's not horrible, but the VMware Horizon client for Mac is... hot garbage is what I'm going to go with. But you know what? I can tell it just to use a single display, and that should be a lot less annoying. I gotta say, I really have come to like NetBSD. Like, this is... it doesn't have the same, I feel like the wheels are going to fall off feeling that I run into with vintage Unixes, but it provides the same exact experience, and I have really come to appreciate, like, at this point, I've done almost all my daily computing on this console. I have, obviously, I have a browser and terminal up on the right, but I'm like, let's put links and news groups on this, and let's go back to how, you know, let's go back to the 90s. And for the life of me, I'm actually, back when I did Soylent News, I had the idea of actually having a vintage-themed online subscription service. Sort of like SDF, but I don't know what it is about SDF. I've been on there a bunch of times, but I mean, the restrictions they have make a lot of sense, considering they were probably the first shell provider, free shell provider on the internet, and that was back when free processing power makes it a lot of sense, and they basically kept going since. Okay, yeah, so that actually does boot. Okay, so we have not completely gone crazy here. Okay. So my second thought is, does it... is it possible that two different drivers are... I can see like 3 different ways this could break. I need to rule out possibilities. I am seeing how my psychic debugging actually is. Wow, this is a bigger file than I thought it was. It shouldn't matter. Like, it shouldn't matter, but realistically, this kernel has only ever had these... well, I mean, no. It is possible there's more than one set of bugs happening here. These bugs are always fun. At least I have video proof that these things happen, and it's not me just, you know, BS. The rabbit hole goes deep on this one. I was thinking it was going to be something simple. Well, got it working and knowing why it doesn't work is two very different things, and we are going for why it doesn't work. Okie dokie. This is still booting. You know what? It's fine. I can just you have to appreciate in the time it takes for the VAX to start, you can rebuild the operating system. Chat, that is progress. That is actual. Okay, the switch has been thrown. But you know, the fact of the matter is, it also shows that if I got like a period correct one, I would miss the quality of life stuff. But let's be honest, you have to appreciate that it works, and not only works, but it works fairly well when it does work. So we know the problem is that when the LCG device driver is compiled into the kernel, it stops booting. Or more specifically, it's trying to initialize a device driver that's not there. I made sure that it returned 0, and it's still not booting. So... Ooh. Oh, there it goes. Like, I'm trying to understand why this driver is broken. Because it shouldn't be. It implies there's something... It implies there's deeper fuckery, and I doubt many people are going to even have a setup to look at this. So, while we're here, we're going to take a deep look. It's running-ish. We don't need this driver, but it's installed as part of generic, and I really don't like losing a vintage driver if we don't have to. Obviously, they would probably just ship it in disabled form, but I would like to understand the cause of the failure. Well, that's interesting. Okay, so so it is actually caused specifically by the TGC driver. That is fascinating. All right, let's go back to the default config. Oh, not clone. Am I losing my mind? Not. No, it's checkout. It's checkout. That's right. Okay. I am losing my mind. That's fine. What is going on with this driver? Alright, so driver's enabled. This terminal session's invalid. We get here, this should return 0 saying that the device is not present. Unless it needs to do something different. Let's see what the other ones are doing, because obviously we're looking at very subtle behavior here. Like, probably someone who knows the NetBSD kernel inside and out. Oh, actually, this is on VAX specific code, so maybe not. So it does this switch with the board type. Default return 0. And then that adds a device. Oh wait, there's a configuration strut. Hold on. It's got to switch to... Hold on, look. WS display IO type. Is something switching the... There's got to be a way to switch it into graphics mode. What is... How does it do that? Like, it's got to tell the kernel, I have a frame buffer, go nuts. Because there's the emulate display driver dev, which I'm assuming is a backbone for the entire display. I forget what WS stands for. It's basically where the console goes. Oh, wait, hold on. WS display would do an IO control. It's got to be doing this really early in the boot process. Like, we're not getting any sort of terminal messages, which means it's trying to do a It's trying to do a graphical boot. Something in... We gotta look... It's setting something during a very early discovery step that it should not be setting. I already see problems with this code. Because, you know, I think attach gets run in all cases. I have this distinct feeling this driver is partially broken. Workstation console. Thank you. I want to get the fix in current so NetBSD 11 will just work. That is my goal. Why doesn't it like that? Oh, it's avoided that. Yeah, no, the compiler's fair to complain about that. WSCon, I'm pretty sure goes back earlier. I think it probably... I don't know if it's... I wouldn't have seen it in the next step because that was Mock. Mock has the cons device. I know I've seen it. Maybe it was NetBSD. It might just be NetBSD all the way down. If this works, then at least we've isolated the problem. It really is one of those deep plumbing issues. I might even go as far. The where I want to cut this video is we get current running, and I want to send the email to Port Vax before. That's why it's on tonight's to-do list. I don't know if I've actually got that in me, but I'm basically going to keep the stream up, and because I know I'm just going to basically. I don't want to be sitting at my desk just looking at YouTube avoiding this. Like, I can at least leave this up and leave the mic silent. Because like I said, I'm really trying to cut the number of hours that I spend just idly browsing the internet. It's not good for my life. At some point, this system will come back. Oh, yeah, that would do it if screen was capturing stuff into the buffer. That scared me for a moment. Let's see if it goes. I gotta say, of all of them, and I've built quite a few BSDs over the years, NetBSD's build system I appreciate for not being complete and utter junk. I have this criticism. I have a very long. I don't know when it's going to happen, but at some point I'm going to do something with Illumos. I have a rant that is going about that Illumos's build system of why do not cheap out on your build system and don't let it rot out from under you. There are so many projects that are just absolutely miserable to work on because their build system is beyond rubbish. Ooh, now that's interesting. It still doesn't boot. Okay, that means it's running even more code. Like, I'm not losing my mind here, chat. No, I'm not. And just because it's going to annoy one person, I'm going to leave that semi... No, I'm not that mean. I'm not that mean. But I always reserve it as an option should I actually need it. What the hell could possibly be running in this kernel? It's got to be an I/O control. It has got to be an I/O control. Yeah, you know what? It's got to be responding to an I/O control that it shouldn't be. It's the only thing that makes sense. So just E pass-through. It has got to be... I've got a feeling that this is it. Now, we still have to figure out which one it is, but at least we're going in the right direction here. If you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoy this content and watching me suffer... Right. I have to get into the PDU because it's in basket case mode. You may have to completely refresh your stream to see more likes. I've been streaming this. This is now the third stream I've done on this. YouTube retention falls off a cliff for this sort of thing. It's also 2 a.m. on a Tuesday, and some reason we are actually gaining viewers. Go, baby, go, baby, go. I'm really starting to learn like what I can stream and what I can't, because you know it actually really does help. The whole channel gets a big it has a knockdown effect on the channel. I don't know if that's just because people are clicking on the VODs or whatnot. I'm assuming YouTube is smart enough that most people who watch videos are not going to be watching VODs, but apparently it astounds me the number of people who actually do watch the VOD all the way through, and I'm guessing there's probably a subgenre of it. It's not booting. What the hell could this possibly be? Like, to probably someone who understands this code, it's probably... Well, hold on. There's LGC in common. Is there int code that's being called somewhere that... Oh, I don't know. Like, we shouldn't be getting to that. Oh. Hey, Chad, I see the broken check. Oh, that... Chat, we found it. We were talking about this earlier, the conf data. Okay, so apparently I have to add this check here too. Okay, so... So that would be VAX, what, SII data. Yeah, that's a better patch. Actually, yeah, hold on. Yeah, before I do that, let me make sure that this is actually the problem. I just want this to return. Do I get a kernel that boots if I do that? I want to get this down. I want to make sure that is the only thing actually broken in here. pass or fail, I'm going to take a brief break after this kernel because having the mic on is draining me. Draining's not the right word, but it... As I say in the status, I am just nature of the shitty beast that is my life. No, that's me being overly negative. It's me dealing with it's what life's like when you wake up at 2 a.m. You have to just kind of deal with the fact that your entire body does not like this, but there's nothing you can do because it's been like this for as long as you can remember. That being said, Chad, I have learned, and I've recently relearned, that what you get out of life is what you put into it. Like I said, I've been writing about this on Patreon, so... I'm actually going to mute the mic. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Actually, you know, I think I'm actually going to get something to eat. I want to do a full build of NetBSD 10. I have so far... Hey! Oh, look at that. Look at that. We're in the right ballpark. Chat, I'm going to let this boot up. I'm going to go get food. Let me put a note up. Okay. I'll be back. Oh, look, chat. It booted. That is actually a really good sign. I want to actually boot it all the way into NetBSD 10. This is a I almost said a USB 7. NetBSD 7 userland. Oh, that's shiny though. So you know what? This is a good excuse to build the everything, because I'm not actually building the everything. Let me see here. How do I build the everything? Basically, I need the release sets. I guess it's just sets. Yeah, I guess it's just sets. Yeah, I need to eat something, so you know what? Letting this build the sets while we is fine. And I'm not even going to take it. I'm not even going to put a -J in there. It is just going to it's just going to run at the speed it's going to run at, because I hate that I get tired just going outside. All right. I'll be back. I look away for a moment and it died? Don't know how to make Metalog. It's probably the wrong target. I guess it's dist sets. Yeah, dist dir should be populated beforehand. Okay, so that's not... Yeah, it's probably dist sets. Yeah, I really do actually need to eat, so, Oh, it helps you if I can spell that right. Okay, there we go. I gotta tell you, I feel a lot better having actually eaten something. I'm still quite out of it, but headway's being made. Once the sets are done, I'm going to copy them over to the NFS root machine. I think I want to do a full install. Not tonight. I still have to actually get the patch ran, but I want the root directory to be netbsd 10 because right now while I'm fiddling with it, it's running completely off disk boot, and I really don't. It actually feels like it's slower on the hard drive, so I want to be able to compare and contrast. So I figure we might as well just compile the sets while we're here. I'll like it shouldn't matter for the user land, but I do want to make sure the whole thing is kosher because there are things in the user land that could call IO control. I can't imagine. No, it might actually try and start X, because the fact of the matter is that if the driver's not correct, it even if I fix it in early boot, it may still try and bring the frame buffer up when it tries to start X. It needs to go all the way through a full boot cycle. That's including building the font config cache, which is not going to be fast on this machine. I have done it. We'll let it run through the boot. I don't know. I'm tempted to. I'm running about as fast as this Vax is, but I'm currently mulling on. I'm looking at the code on another screen, so I could be ready to patch it, but I am also just kind of. Yeah. Like I'm just going to kind of. I'm watching it. I'm sitting on the couch watching it from out of the corner of my eye at the moment. Because it's a little bit difficult to sit at the chair, but it's getting better now that I've eaten. Right, I'm going to Control C this and add a J option. This is taking a lot longer than I thought it would. I should be able to dash 4 without affecting the stream. It's running on my laptop. it goes. That should be quite a bit faster. I'm using Streamlabs to stream at the moment. It's a fork of OBS, but it handles things like when subscriber notifications as well as the CloudBot. So that's I like OBS better, but Streamlabs has the integration features that I really kind of like, such as if I have the thing going in chat like around Patreon, then I don't have to have the mental load to do a shout out because it actually makes a fairly large difference. You know, it's like the things that you know most YouTubers don't talk about, like not you watch a lot of streams when you work at a streaming company. I think that's how I'm going to sum it up. And especially when you know a lot of streamers. So. Alright, yeah, that's just going to basically run. I don't know. There's a place down the street that's 24/7, and I also take the opportunity whenever I go out to make sure the car's okay, just because parking on the street is a new experience for me. It's not something I'm ever done for a regular period. I've done it plenty of times short term, but not for long term, and it's half making sure I don't get towed by the city because I don't even want to think about that. So, where it is now, it's fine until Thursday. But what happens is that it's a day that I have to get up at a set hour, and what happens is that it just completely destroys my sleep pattern worse than what it already is. So, fortunately, I don't have to touch it for another 3 days. And hopefully I'll be able to get more stuff into it. I'm currently using it to clean things out, which is going a long way. This takes a long time even with a dash J. So, I'm sorry for the relative long periods of silence, but I think a lot of people here are here for the vibe because I'm keeping an eye on the viewer count and the duration. We lost some as 9 a.m. in Europe came by. Like, I feel like I need to add a, like, over here on the far right corner, like, a clocks of the world sort of thing. It's like, I have been doing Git development in this terminal, like, actual code, like, and as of late, this is really the only way I've been interacting with this computer. Like, I've been watching some YouTube on the side, but I've really been just trying to be offline as much as humanly possible. And it really has helped. But it's also a lot harder in a way. It's like, I feel like everything expects you to be just digitally connected 24/7, and it's damn, you know, it's like you can't even get away from it. Especially difficult when you're basically trying to make content on YouTube. Like, I do this because ultimately speaking, it's something I can actually do, which is nice. I have some hope that I'm going to be able to return to work in the future. I don't know if those hopes are real or not, but the channel is profitable. Like, it is it's not enough to live on, but it's getting there, and at this point if this will fly where I live stream just basically me working on vintage computing projects or whatever takes my fancy, then the path to me actually being able to do full-time, which means I'm also counting, because the channel has always paid for itself. Ever since it got monetized, I have always been able to pay for the channel with the channel. But to actually go full-time, which means that I'm working on this 24/7, it's more viable than you would think. But I also have to know if this will fly, because if I have to do highly edited videos, then it's not, I can't split my attention that way. But if I can get away, I don't want to say get away because it sounds like this is low effort content, but let's be honest, I ran out of things to say about NetBSD 2 videos ago. The fact of the matter is that I got my first real job, because I had experience working on Debian. I had experience working on Debian because I was helping maintain the Motorola 680XO port. The fact of the matter is that while I don't want to go back to Linux development. Realistically speaking, that means I'm either going to be working on ARM or RISC-V, because x86 has been relatively static for a long time, so those jobs are entrenched. I found that the most soul-crushing thing I've ever worked on. So my hope at this point is that BSD shops, generally speaking, they do exist. There are quite a few small one-man ones. I am hoping they were willing to scoop a core dev. I shouldn't say core dev. I'm an Ubuntu core dev, but I'm not a NetBSD core dev, obviously. But someone with NetBSD development experience who is willing to... The other possibility is I find sponsorship. The fact of the matter is that NetBSD VAX, not so much. But there are companies that would actually be willing to throw money at me to maintain legacy products. And some may even be okay with me live streaming that. So, on the offhand chance anyone in chat, falls in this category, let me know. Because what has always surprised me the most is how my analytics skew. I was expecting to get the dad crowd, for want of a better word. And what I got was the 20-something crowd. It's the thing that has flummoxed me the most about my channel. And it was one of the biggest things that I did with the channel is in the earliest videos I didn't provide much technical explanation. There was some context, but I basically assumed you knew what a compiler was. And when I got to AIX on Doom, I made a highly accessible video, but that was a that was a 2-month production cycle for a project that realistically took me 7 days. I'm actually thinking about that one. How long did it actually take me to get Doom working on that? That RS-6000 was not a fun system to get going. And even when I did get it going, I've got a slower one. That one is in the to be given away pile. I've got the slower white one, which I run NT on, but it will also run AIX. The black one will run 5, but if I really need 5, I can emulate it. Yeah. Oh, handy. Thank you, Pat OS. Yeah. I'm gonna go silent again for chat, because I am actually brainstorming, and to some extent, I don't want to say working on things, but this helps because quite literally I am actually watching the amber glow, and it does actually help for the mood, which has been really flipping atrocious as of late, but not as bad as yesterday. The jittering screen... Oh, no. The jittering screen is a CRT effect. It's, you're not... I can probably smooth it out a bit more. Let me see if I can do a little bit with it. Yeah, there is an actual jitter effect here. I'll turn that off. Yeah, that is retro cool term, making it a much more quote-unquote accurate CRT experience. But I do prize readability. Patus. All right, I apologize for mangling it. Okay. I don't know. There's a part of me I actually want. So I actually want to see this thing run the X environment. Like, I actually want to see if it will go up. Not tonight, but that is the I want to see if I could actually get Xming going on this, because the truth of the matter is, with me moving, I don't know when I'm going to have access to vintage computing again. This vaccine system is entirely remote. As long as I've got my laptop, I could conceivably even do it with a set of AirPods and a single screen. I could literally live stream from anywhere. And I know I can do video production like that, because that's how I've done Restless Yankee. And chat, that opens an entire world of possibilities for me. So I'm going to silence the mic for a bit, but I'll be back. Catching up with chat. I remember some pretty janky terminals. When I was a kid, I remember Apple IIs and 8-bit terminals because they didn't have a good way you could derez them. Unix ones would do it, but like the color signal that comes out of an Apple II isn't good to begin with. And then it's elementary school Apple IIs. I'm actually surprised how long this takes to build. I know that one of the big reasons that Theo killed the OpenBSD port was build time, and that was actually one of the reasons why Illumos killed their Spark port. NetBSD doesn't have that problem to the same extent because it is very easy to cross compile. I believe FreeBSD at this point can do so as well, although it's probably not as robust. I mean, build.h will run on anything with I would say any reasonable Korn shell or Borns shell would do it, and a compiler that can build GCC, which can be a very fascinating bootstrap. Like, hypothetically, I could build OpenBSD on top of Ultrix. I don't know how long that would take, but one of the other things I want to test is I want to know if Linux NetBSD, NetBSD mopd is actually busted or not, because currently I have to use an Ultrix boot server, and that kind of sucks. Because it's actually not been that problem because I don't have to change out the boot blocks often, but when I do have to do it, it's annoying because something of that age it would talk NFS, but is kind of how I feel about that. That being said, my test is if I install NetBSD VAX in SimH, will it netboot the VAX? Because I suspect there's either byte ordering issues in the code, or there's 64-bit issues in the code. I also suspect there's problems with Ubuntu, because I have had very strange behavior with reverse ARP. It never made it into any of the videos, but when I did the Sun PCI one, I originally tried to do the jump start from Linux. In Ubuntu, there are copies of all the necessary boot daemons. It would do the first stage boot, it would do the second stage boot, and it was having problems doing reverse ARP. I think I fixed that, and then it broke down somewhere early in the boot process, and the mopd behavior that we've been seeing looks very similar to that, which makes me think that something very low-key in the Linux network stack is Kaputski. It also could be an Ubuntu problem. Ubuntu does some, quite frankly, deranged shit to the network, but Linux's network plumbing is not what I call pretty. I don't like the direction the Linux kernel has been going in for the last decade, but nothing describes how I feel about it more than NetFilter. Like, NetFilter is just this gaping black hole where information goes to die. I'm not convinced that, it's like, it's the same reason why IP tables is just complete ooga booga on Linux. All three BSDs have the original, you know what it is? It's probably some really fucking arcane quirk about the AT&T TCP/IP stack. Because the TCP/IP stack in all the Unixes comes from a common source. It all came from Berkeley. AT&T scooped that up. The Net1 But what happened is that AT&T started enforcing the copyright in the source code. So to actually get BSD, you had to have an AT&T source license. So efforts within Berkeley's Computer Science Research Group, or CSGR, separated the kernel, or they separated the Berkeley code from the AT&T code. And this became Net 1 and Net 2, which mostly was the TCP IP stack. Because Berkeley was so fed up with the BBN ARPANET one that they wrote their own, and that stack went everywhere. The Linux one is homegrown, but AT&T and the BSDs both should have the same TCP IP stack. AT&T may have rewritten it to use streams, although I don't. No, there's no way. Solaris does not. You don't have to use streams on Solaris. That was System 4 was a BSD IP stack. So maybe I have to try that again. I have to see if I can get a Sun system to jumpstart from NetBSD, because quite frankly, this has talked better to vintage operating systems than anything I have tried before, and I regret not trying it sooner. Oh, please tell me I've been. No, I have been. I just had that moment. It's like, oh my god, I forgot to check my mic levels. I think I'm getting better about that, chat. At this point, I'm too invested to seeing this build through that I'm just going to let it run. It's like, what else am I going to do? It's 4 in the morning and the goddamn birds are chirping. Ugh. It's definitely getting less bad though. Like, it's on the days that I have to get up at a set hour, unless I get very lucky. But I mean, what happens is then I get very stressed out about getting up at that hour because it's hard. I found that an Apple Watch helps, but I find it difficult to sleep. Well, I actually find it difficult to wear a watch. I find it very uncomfortable. But it has succeeded where other alarms have failed. I usually have to like set 4 or 5 alarms if I really have to do it. And I come out of state. I have heard everything from drugged to zombie. At least it's in Dovecot, so I'm pretty sure it's mostly it's a large way through the base system. The original plan was to actually have it live stream a full NetBSD on Vax build on Vax. But the damn fact of the matter is I'm enjoying this a little bit too much. Although I could set it up so when if I did the whole thing on the network, I could just have it building part-time. And I mean, that would basically be what it was like back in the day. They used to have set times where given systems would run set operating systems. I want to get a video out with NetBSD. I want to get the actual goal, I think at this point, is I want to get a web server going. I haven't decided if I actually want to go try to get package source going for the video, but that might be the next part. I don't know. At this point, I am basically winging it. And it's... Let me put it where my mindset is I've been wondering if I could successfully live stream in my car, because that opens... let me just say, like I said, it would open a lot of interesting possibilities. Because the honest truth is, uh, I am going to be driving a lot in the not so near future. Sorry, in the near term future, and I don't know. It's. I really don't know. Alright, I'm just kind of navel gazing at this point, so I'm gonna leave it on silent until the build finishes. Until I have another nugget of wisdom from the couch.
Wait, can I use this for TTS? My voice is my password. Verify me. Feedback test 12-3. This is the voice of world control. I knew it from a plank. Oh God, this is like using digital modes on ham. There's a transmission time. And having working at mixer and well, FLT, the latency is, ow. You know, I could plug this into the closed caption feature of YouTube. Like, I think I would have to mix it into the RTMP stream. Also XKCD is responsible for this. There was one. I have been streaming at normal latency as of late, but this might be a reason to go higher, especially if we can subtitle it. You know, this stream was actually possible with 90s tech. It's even using most of what you would use then. The biggest thing would be a way to stream the ASCII text, but that should be doable. That MBP M2 putting in work. I could manage real server if I put my mind to it. Looks like it's making the sets.
Okay, I'm back. Also, I was listening to the stream on the phone while I was away from keyboard, and yeah. Let me fix the audio levels a little bit. There, that should be good.
Looks like it's making the sets.
Okay. Okay, I'm back. Also, I was listening to the stream on the phone while... Yeah, okay, I don't need to hear myself in stereo. But if you want to know what stream delay sounds like, that's what it sounds like. Alright, so it made all the sets. Like, we didn't actually have to do this, but... Well, okay, I feel like I actually have the mental energy to tackle the next step of this, because I need this, I want the system to, I actually want to go get it to run through the full install, and then actually get through the reboot. Like, that's what I would consider a fully working and supported system. So I am going to have to actually do this, so this is not a bad trial run to know what building the actual sets are. That's going to be after we send the email to PortVax, which honestly I don't even know if it's going to be tonight. The stream's been going for about 5 hours. I'm probably mentally been here for about 3. Yeah, you know, let's go as far as we can get. Alright, so where are the sets? Object, release .ar, vax, binary, sets. Okay, so these represent basically the everything. So let's create a place for these to go. God, this is a mess. NetBSD current. Actually, I should actually make that post sets directory, because I might end up putting more files in there. So yeah, screw it. I don't care. Okay, so SP. Because I have to jump host the SCP command. That is an SCP command. Alright, so we want to copy all of this to... It didn't build X, which is a little concerning. I actually do want to build X, but I'm guessing X is special. Yeah, there's no X set here. I'm gonna have to look at the instructions and see how you build X then, because I do... We don't have to get GDM actually working. I'm doing this for my own satisfaction, because we haven't actually written the patch yet. We now know what's actually... We have to isolate which part of the IO control is actually completely breaking it, which is... Like, I'm crossing my streams here, because I'm going to need this down the line. Especially I want the compiler, because I want to know how slow this machine is. I did try compiling the dry stones test on NetBSD 7, and the compiler actually keeled over. It could not... The GCC 10 is a lot more stable on VAX. God, that sentence. There's the vacs. We'll come back to that. All right, let's get on the actually, we have to halt the vacs because it's going to lock the NFS directory, so we actually do need to shut it down. Not a fast machine. I think what I can do is I can extract base, and then I can copy the etc directory straight over. Because I really don't want to do the everything. Because we don't... Yeah, I just want to wait until... Okay, cool, we are actually... So this becomes vax 7.1. The nice thing about this is now, when I want to, I can literally change the operating system out. Like, you don't appreciate how useful NetBoot is until you've actually dealt with being a system developer. So my hope, my dream here is we basically take this. Let's extract the base set. ZF, yeah, extract here. I guess I get rid of the Z. Did I accidentally, like, RM them? Where did I put them? Oh, I put them in a top-level directory called netbsd sets. Okay, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to go with that. Alright, I'm going to just hope, like, I'm pretty sure if I just copy from the old root the ECT directory, okay, hold on. Apparently I had a BSD7 root beforehand? I guess I did that yesterday. I don't remember doing that. Whatever. I was half dead anyway, so I'm fine with it. I still want to make sure that I actually know how to do a fresh compile and upgrade on an NFS route. I'm assuming this basically works like this. This is so far, with my testing off stream, this has basically worked the way I've expected it. But you never know for sure. I'll even grab the games. I don't think Rogomatic is in there, but I do want to try the tool chain. Also, I should copy the home folder. The home folder should technically... You know what? I'm just going to do it now. No, you know what? No, I should just be... I'm just going to be lazy about this. Like, if I'm getting to the point that I don't want to overcomplicate this more than I already have, and I feel like I've overcomplicated this, but whatever. Also, we get a nice clean, we don't have like all those files in here, which is kind of nice. I guess there is no home directory out of the box. Okay. Then we'll just copy the home directory here. Okay, we should be good to go. Alright, let's see if it will actually... Let's see if it'll actually go. Oh, I know what happened. Hold on. Because we've been overriding the kernel. Try that again. There we go. It's booting. This should be faster than the other boots that we've seen. No, it is not. It dies. Why did it try and kill int? You know what? It probably needs the ECT binary. It probably needs it. Okay. I guess I do need that one. Okay, then we go here to ECT, and then we will, from BSD, root BSD7, act password. There is no shadow file, so we don't need to worry about that. So we just need the group file. And there's a few things we want to just get rid of. What do we not need here? Do not run font. Okay, so no X. It's not going to do that. It's not going to do OpenSSH. Entropy, it's going to do best effort. I think I just want to kill make man page. Like, I just don't want that to run because it takes forever. Okay, so I'm assuming I can't just continue. Okay, it's just gonna boot sys. That's fine. I mean, there's content. We crashed into the debugger. Actually, I should do a replay of that. Nope, this is real. This is how people used to interact with computers. I put a bit of a modern twist on it, but you could realistically create this with the 90s. Let's see if this actually boots. We are dealing with a very, very Fallout New Vegas computer. We could put it in Fallout free mode. I can put it green, but nah. It's not right now. Besides, New Vegas was the better game. Thinking about booting. I should install HTOP, but it's on the other user account, and I can't be damned. Oh! Chat, it's booting! Look at it! It is actually booting. We still have to actually write, like, you know, an actual fix for the driver, but that's life. NetBSD 10, but we're debugging it. The current binaries and source tree crashes on this system. I'm getting as many of the kinks out as I can. This is going to take about 15 minutes to start, but I think this is a good litmus test before doing anything else, because if that driver is... I don't think that driver... I want to make sure we're on a good known thing, and taking 15 minutes to make sure we are in a known good position is worth it.
I step away for one moment. This is fine. Well, it booted. Then iCtrl said the wrong window to say. It should be booting now. It's my fault. This is what I get for not RTF-meing. I am not feeling very well. I am going to lie down for a bit but will return to the street within 20 minutes. Was hast das Boot? lcg is the framebuffer driver on some VAX box. This system doesn't have it, but the driver is causing a hang. I am trying to figure out what the minimum patch is. Well, that's new. I have seen similar messages, but that's more of a console. I guess the ioctls are used even if the driver isn't attached or probed. Say oh this error is back, say this is looking promising, say the sun is coming up, the birds are chirping, and the vax is booting. I am debating lying down, although I am not certain if I would sleep. I'm right now wondering how much effort it will take to write an actual patch. Once the system comes up, I'll start sketching the node to port VAX. Was checking what the stream revenues look like, especially now that I am not getting Content ID revenue sharing, although I need to wait another day. Nabombit, it's the lcg.c driver, and it's trying to load on this microvax M3100M40 when it shouldn't. I at least have some idea of what's needed to disable it, but I want to look at the other console drivers. However, I am pretty much on fumes. This is almost enough to make me set up NIS.
I'm compiling the dry stones test to just benchmark it. I tried this when it was running NetBSD 7. The compiler died doing so. I don't know how long this will take. But I think I'll put this in distributed.net.c because I'm fighting mental. Oh look, it actually did build the first test. It did not successfully manage that last time. So it is actually, we can actually benchmark it. I am really curious what it's going to benchmark as. But it's nice to know that the C compiler is considerably less garbage.
Dristone benchmark is running.